Hey Raz, how's it going? Hey, it's up 2:34. Hey Henry. Yeah, I forgot it was Good Friday until some people were asking if they had off of work and stuff today. Oh, I know, it's a nice day out today, finally. Nice spring day, kinda. Windows open, went for a walk. Starting to get there. Yeah, we had a few days of just non-stop rain, so I'm just happy it's finally starting to get a little sunnier out. So you guys see the Fantastic Four trailer with the Silver Surfer? I don't know about you, but that looks horribly bad. So friggin' bad. Hey, what's up, Jason? Yeah, I'm not a Fantastic Four fan either, but it looks like a very low budget movie, like low budget. It seems like, I don't know, it just seems unfinished, and the Silver Surfer just looks absolutely trash. I mean, I think the old Fantastic Four movie with the first Silver Surfer in it, it looked great. I mean, it's hard to CGI Silver Surfer. I understand that, but the first Silver Surfer looked like a superhero from a comic book. This female Silver Surfer looks like it just looks like some horrible video game character that never was fine tuned. I don't know. I don't know what the hell they're thinking, but I have no interest in seeing the movie anyway, so whatever. I just had to laugh though that it looked like typical modern comic book art where you don't know what kind of gender it is, And then the other thing too is they put that black line around the mouth and eyes, and that looks really bad for a Silver Surfer character. It's okay for comic books because it's a 2D drawing, you know? Well, I think the first movie was good for its time because the CGI at the time wasn't as good. You know, I mean, it was still, you know, very new. So I think they did a good job for the time. But you think with all the technology now, it would be like mind-blowing, but it's not. But whatever. Hey, what's up, AI Dragon? Thanks. Yeah, we're getting there slowly on Jessica's. I don't understand, like, you have all this technology, you have all these different, you know, ways of making things look really cool, and it just looked like a step down from like the 2007 Silver, or whatever, which one that was. I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking. I mean, the time placement of like the 70s or whatever is fine. That I don't mind. But from what I gather, this is a Fantastic Four in a different Earth multiverse. They're going to lose their Earth and planet, and they're going to be thrown into the 616 or something. So one rumor is they didn't want to use the good Silver Surfer because this one's going to die or something. That's like the rumor. But I just, I don't know, I don't care. I think they just, you know, it just really didn't appeal to me at all. It just looked really bad. Yeah, even like AAA games and these movies, they're not, it's like they're not, I don't know what kind of engines they're using anymore, but it just seems that they're not using good technology. It just seems like piss poor technology. I mean, I think I've seen like people on YouTube just sitting in their basements, like as an animator for fun, could do better jobs than what they did. So I don't know what's going on. Well, supposedly in this universe, Norrin Rad died and his wife became the Silver Surfer or something. So that's kind of like, they took that story from a comic book or something. But whatever. But from what I understand too, it's not Fantastic Four. It's based on Sue Storm, so it's a Sue Storm movie. And then they're already having the guy who plays Johnny Storm come out and saying that he's not like your typical Johnny Storm, and he doesn't, like, you know, hit on women and all that stuff. So it's all the worst way to promote a movie, pretty much. And I guess my theory is, and I guess people are right, that since Robert Downey Jr. is going to be Doctor Doom, it's going to be basically Iron Man in Doom form. So he's going to create the armor, but it's going to be Doctor Doom armor. So I guess that's what they're going to do. So I really have no interest in seeing Iron Man Doctor Doom in the movies. it's all going to be like nanobites, you know, nanotechnology, and it's going to be just Iron Man as Doom. So, yeah, Henry, whatever they're doing, it's just not appealing to me anymore. Like, I have no interest in Marvel at all. The only thing I'm looking forward to is Superman. But as far as Marvel goes, I could care less. Unless they fired all the good artists or the good artists walked away. I don't know if they don't have any good artists working there anymore. So I have no clue what they're doing. What's up, Scott? Yeah, that's everybody, so you're not the only one. Trust me, you basically just have to have YouTube on, and you gotta just check it. They do that with like 4 or 5 other channels I'm sub to, and I never know when they're live anymore. Yeah, I saw the Superman trailer. I'm interested in giving Superman a try. I'm not like, oh my god, Superman's gonna be the best movie ever. I'm just excited to see what James Gunn will do. I'm not saying it's gonna be the best thing he's ever done, but I'm not saying it might be the worst. I'm going in with hoping that this Superman movie is gonna be like a 10-year plan. You know, it's gonna be like, we're gonna start off with Superman. They're gonna introduce some characters, and they'll start building it on for like a 10-year plan. I know the Marvel shills were shitting on it because Crypto was jumping on his body and stuff, but they don't. It's like they don't know Crypto. He doesn't fly. He's like a dog, but he has like, you know, he's a Kryptonian dog powers, you know. So I don't know what they're thinking. It's supposed to be like they think it's supposed to be like a smart dog that can talk. It's a dog. So I think that the people who are bitching about it don't know the characters. So that's another thing. That's what cracks me up. It's the Marvel shills are the ones shitting on it. And I'm like, well, you don't know the character. But, whatever. We'll see what happens. I've given up on Hollywood, period, so. Yeah, I saw the Supergirl outfit. It's also kind of what they're using in the comic books now. I really don't care. It's not a character I really care about. So, like I said, we'll see how the movie turns out. Hey, what's up, Raphael? Thank you. Yeah, we're getting there. Slowly. Spaztec? Are you going to be doing like like the base silver or chrome and then candy coat on top of it. Yeah, with any candy coat, it's a bitch, but you have to get a smooth surface, do the chrome silver or the chrome paint, and then candy red on top. Now, Spaztec red candy coat goes on very good through the can. You just gotta learn how to spray it, but not overspray it, but not underspray. You gotta get like at the right distance. And it blends very well. Like if you do 1 or 2 coats, it'll give it a nice thickness. But like if you have to do gold or yellows or greens or blues, it's very, very tricky because if you go too heavy on one side and light on another, you can see the difference. But with red, for some odd reason, it blends beautifully. But like all candy coats, one mess up and it's a done deal. So it's very, very difficult. I would practice, but the only problem is if you're spraying through the spray can and your can starts getting clogged. Like if you spray like one day and then you spray another, but then the third day you spray, it could get clogged. It's kind of a pain in the ass. Well, what you should do is you should prime your item up, get it nice and smooth, and then do your silver, and then do your candy coat. But yeah, you should definitely have primer on your item. I mean, I'll grab the bottle, so, so you can use the spray cans, or you can use the, so you have mirror chrome. So if you do mirror chrome, you have to have the gloss black, base, and then you do the chrome on top of that, and then you do the candy on top of that. But if you're going to just do the metallic silver, you just need primer, and then you can put. So you have 2 different looks. You'll have this, which would be smoother, and it'll look like anodized chrome, like like on a bicycle, or like how the chrome is on like a bicycle. But if you want like the little bit of the metallic-y type look, you can use this. But like I said, one mess up, it's a shit show. I love candy coats on how they look, but I really hate doing them because you can get like a really good priming setup, and you can do a really nice gloss black, and it's like everything's going well, and then you can do chrome on there, and you can kind of buff up the chrome, and it looks great. And then when you spray like the candy coat on top, if for some odd reason you get like some chunk stuck here, or you get like a little splatter over here, or it starts to like fisheye where it doesn't like go on there, the whole thing is ruined. And it's a pain in the ass to repair it. So that's why I don't like doing candy coats, really. And basically you're painting Iron Man, and that's pretty much why I hate painting Iron Man. But there is companies out there that do make paints that are right out of the bottle, like a red metallic, like car paints, if you wanted to go that route. Like I used on for that Jessica Rabbit Star Trek, but there's this company here. Is this it? So there's this company here. It's Inspire. They have this base metallic coral red. So you see the way the red sort of hits it when it comes down here. So this, like, if you have a nice good base primer on here, like if it's really nice and it's smooth, this, like, right out of the bottle could be like a good red. And I really, so far I like this, but this is more of like I think this is like a lacquer, right? Or is it enamel? Not really sure what it is. It's either enamel or lacquer. But this, so far, this was kind of like the best red I've seen so far. And I kind of like it. Without going like candy coat, you know? Hey, what's up, Raccoon? So, but yeah, I like this so far for like a red metallic paints. Yeah, the Inspire stuff is pretty good. A friend of mine recommended it to me. I got a bunch of other colors from them, and so far I really do like their stuff. But there is like car paints out there that are pre-mixed like red metallics that are beautiful right out of the can. But they're car paint, so you have to, you know, you gotta have a good airbrush, a good flow. You need to make sure, you know, like everything's going smooth. So there is options out there, but it just depends on what brand you like, how well you can airbrush it, and if you think, you know, you want to spend the money on a can. But yeah, like armor metallics are hard though. It's you know, if you want that perfect, you know, like the car waxed, like a, you know, a sports car look, and it's nice and shiny and perfect. It's all about prepping, making sure you're getting a good flow, making sure everything is prepped for it. So one little mistake sometimes is a nightmare to fix. I just hate Iron Man, and I don't want to paint him, so that's why I've never really perfected Iron Man paints. I would look into the Inspire stuff. That red I just showed you is like, so far, a really nice red. I used it on another item. What item did I get it for? Oh, that Supergirl. The Supergirl statue I just posted a few weeks ago. That's the red I used on her. But I think you'll get a better flow if you have a really super smooth surface, you know? I don't remember the one from Tony. Oh, you thought? Oh, is it from Sideshow? Now, as far as gold for Iron Man, that's another thing. You'd have to find, maybe Inspire makes a nice gold. You know, they might have a nice gold there too. But I like that, what you could do if you want to look into it, if you, for the gold areas, if you get a really nice gloss flat, you know, like if you get really a nice gloss black on your item, it's got to be super smooth. What you could do, I've done this in the past. Where is it? So if you want like a like not a gold, like if you want like a gold alclad pale gold, but if you take some alclad transparent yellow and you pour it into here and you make this a little bit more yellow but not a much, you can get yourself a nice gold paint. And this goes on smooth and you really don't even need to seal it. So this is, I love this pale gold. So when I do like Wonder Woman outfits now, I usually do this, but what I do is I put like a little bit of the transparent yellow in it and it kind of brightens it up a little bit more. But you have to have a nice gloss, shiny base to make it like smooth. You also want your airbrush to be super clean. No other chemicals or any, like, you want to make sure your airbrush is super clean when you do it too. You don't want to, like, any of those lacquers or even like the alclads, if you have like any kind of like chunks of older paint inside that brush, sometimes it loosens it up and it spurts it out to your item. So that's another thing. You want to make sure your stuff is clean. I find that transparency red through any brand usually goes on smooth and doesn't really like show like any imperfections, in the sense where if you spray this area too much and this area a little bit, it doesn't really offset that much. You could kind of blend it together. But like with blue and green and yellow, if you spread too much yellow here and a little bit light here, and you would see the difference. So candy coating is a bitch. It really is. It's those who can do it for like cars and stuff really have the proper setups. But that's my experience. All I can say is that's my experience and good luck with it. But like any paint up, sometimes you want to rip your hair out if you mess up or it's not going the way you want it. Yeah, look at the inspired if you want simple. And I'm not saying that they're going to be perfect either, but it's all about getting a good base coat, a smooth coat, and going that route. Yeah, do a test on it, like on a spoon or a kit or something, and then from there you'll get a better understanding on it, and it'll give you a better idea. Nothing sucks more than screwing up the main item. Yeah, no problem. And I use the Winsor Newton brush cleaner to clean out the airbrush for the lacquers and enamels. I I usually use that to clean out my brushes if they get super clogged. So that's something you might want to look into as well. Let me grab the bottle without getting any residue on my hands. This is what I use to clean out my paintbrushes, but also my airbrushes. I did a video on it a while back. I just ordered another bottle coming in. So whenever my airbrush gets really bad with like lacquers or enamels or whatever, when I clean out my airbrush, I use this stuff. So that's how I get all that paint out of my airbrush that's caked up. It's just be very careful with it, with spraying it through the airbrush, and also getting it on your hands and then touching an item, because it's like, think of it as almost like an acetone thinner, but it's not as bad. But if your paintbrush is all clogged, like just a regular paintbrush, you put that stuff on there and you mush it around onto a napkin, and you can get your paintbrush back the way it was. It's like a safe acetone for acrylics and paints. Just be very, very careful with it. Because you could have a little residue on your finger and not know, and touch an item and not know you're there, and it could actually mess up your paint. So just be very, very careful. I got a lot of crap from some of the guys in the hobby because I use that to clean my airbrushes, because there's Teflon in the airbrush, and they claim that it kills your Teflon and this and that, but I've been doing it for years and I haven't had really any issues, so I do what I want, they do what they want. Alright. Yeah, you just gotta be careful not overdo it. And like I said, if you spray that, you could spray it through the airbrush. But put it on the mask. Make sure you have an airbrush booth. Don't breathe in any of the fumes. But if you're going to go into like a slop sink and clean out your brush with, if you watch my video I did on cleaning the brush, you'll see the tools I use, and I've been using it to clean out my brushes for years, and I've even had times where I've completely forgot I left my airbrush with paint in the cup, and that paint, that Winsor Newton stuff will get that stuff all softened up and get the airbrush and get all that paint out of it. But like I said, you can't sit there and let it soak for days in that stuff. You have to be very careful, and you got to be careful of the rubber and the Teflon in there, but you can replace that stuff down the line in your airbrush if you know how to do it. Like for example, this is my like enamel, what I use for like enamels and stuff. So I have a lot of black paint on here from the other day with this. So if you're not careful and you have this on your brush and you use the candy coat, sometimes the candy coat will rip this stuff off and start speckling it onto your items. So you want to make sure your airbrush is clean if you do candy coats. That's if you're using the airbrush. But if you're using like the spray can, that's a different beast altogether. But since this is black paint, and I didn't clean this today, I completely forgot. I had other crap going on. It'll be fine just to do the underwear. I'm going to use the black paint on her underwear, but I'm not going to gloss it up. So it'll look a little shiny, but not latexy. So just for her underwear. If I can get it open. All that masking for 30 seconds of paint. So like now that I put this Spaztec in here, I'll take some of this stuff here and I'll put this in. Because you know, regular airbrush water is not going to clean this. And then what I do is I have this brush which I specifically use to kind of get in there and kind of get it, and then I drop it into my bucket. I do have my airbrush cup here I can spray into, and then what I usually do is it like kind of get in there with a cloth, and that's usually how I try to clean my enamels when I'm working on them, so it gets it kind of clean faster. Alright, we'll let that sit for a bit, wash my hands. Hey, what's up, the mug? I didn't crush the lid. It's very caked up. That tool I have, I've never crushed any lids. I didn't grab it like a man. I didn't manhandle it. No. Why? Did it look like I manhandled it? I could look him up though. I've been using this for years. I think I've only crushed one lid, but that was the Alclad stuff. I already did trims on these hairs the other day because I was painting and I had some free time. So we're going to mask off the hairs and get these going. I ordered the paints on Amazon for the Nun base, those stuff that Raccoon mentioned. I ordered a kit because I think that's all I really need is one kit. So hopefully they come in and they work. If they don't work, we'll blame Raccoon on that one. I was going to order the strip that you mentioned, but I figured let me just get the $20 kit because I don't have that much paint to do on the base. So I figured it already comes with a black bottle in the kit. So I figured let me just get that. I think there's enough paint in there just to do the base. I did a bunch of ordering on some stuff this week because the tariff stuff. Oh, and get this story. So on Tuesday, I decided to go up to that art store up north. It was called Jerry's Outlet. Because I figured after we talked about the tariff stuff and everything, let me go up and get a bunch of paintbrushes, you know, get my supplies. So I talked to a friend and we were going to meet up for lunch. I walk into the art store and there's nothing on the shelves. Like, it looked like the place was ransacked. And the first thing that came to my head was, oh my god, this place got hit with the tariffs. There's nothing here. Like, when I say there was nothing on the shelves, there was nothing except, like, maybe a couple paints here, a couple brushes there. And so I went up to the front desk girl. I go, where is everything? I go, did you guys get hit with the tariffs? And she started laughing, and she said, no. She said the owner sold the business to Jerry's Artorama. And Jerry's is redoing the store for their merchandise. And I said, why didn't they send out an email? I was like, I've been part of this Jerry's outlet store for like since like 2003, and they didn't send out an email. She's like, I don't know. So I went. What did it do? It's about an hour and a half ride all the way up north to find out that they sold the business. So then I came home and I did some searching, and I found a website that sells the brushes at a very decent deal, and I can link it to you guys now. So I contacted the owner. Well, I contacted the guy at the website, and he orders these brushes all the time. So I figured now I have a place I can order my paint brushes without having to drive anywhere. But so that's the website I found. I contacted him, and it's the Dynasty brushes, the black silver brushes. These. What do you mean, Raccoon? What? The Jerry's Outlet? The Jerry's Outlet, the one I went to, is in it's in East Hanover, New Jersey, but now it's becoming Jerry's Artorama. But so I don't think Jerry's carries these paintbrushes that I use for sculpting. So I found this website, and the guy orders them all the time. And he's got good prices, so I figure for now on, when I want my paintbrushes, I'm just going to order from this guy. I don't have to travel up to the art store anymore now. I thought there was a Jerry's Outlet close to me somewhere in New Jersey, but there's not. a Jerry's outlet, or no, Jerry's Artorama. Actually, Jerry's Artorama is expensive, even online. I think I'm coming to the point now where I'm just gonna order everything from now on, because it like seems like all these stores are either going out or they're being sold to the major chains or something. Kind of curious of why the owner sold. Either he retired or he got such an offer he was like, screw it. I don't know, because every time I went to that art store, even if it was during a weekday, they were always busy. So I can't imagine it was because of lack of sales. Unless it just got like a hell of an offer. Or retired, one or the other. It's always my luck. Every time there's something I like or I use or whatever, it gets discontinued or they shut down, one or the other. I do miss the Pearl art stores. Pearl used to be awesome. They're long gone now. Yeah, I know there was one in New York. Did they close down? Because there was one in Woodbridge, New Jersey I used to go to all the time. And I went there one time back, God, it must have been in 2012 or 13. And they just were closed. They had like 3 floors of just art stuff. It was crazy. No, I never heard of Color Crafters. The main thing we had here was Pearl, and they had that back in like the 90s. Because I remember before I went to art school, they had the one in Woodbridge, and when I came back from art school, it was there. But then they shut down. I guess it was because a lot of people just stopped doing artwork for a hobby, so they weren't selling as much as they used to. I guess it was around like, Photoshop and Illustrator kind of started taking over the industry. So they really weren't getting all the traditional stuff as much as they used to. At least that's what the one lady told me at the store. Yeah, even the AC Moore by me closed down a few years back. The only thing that's really around right now is one Joann's, but I don't think they're going to last much longer. And there's a Michael's, but the Michael's by me really has nothing there. It's a very empty store. I mean, they have their basic, you know, holiday stuff all the time, but not really good art supplies. I heard all the Joann's are going to start closing soon. It's all closing. It's all going to hell. Yeah, even the Michaels by, well, the one by me, there's one in Toms River, New Jersey, but the one in Manahawkin, the one I usually go to, they don't really carry as much of the knickknacks as they used to. They're kind of slowing down on those. So that's kind of why now I'm like looking into 3D printing more, because I can't find this stuff anymore. Yeah, if the Pearl one in Woodbridge was anything like the New York one, it was massive. Like I remember the top floor was all like their floral type stuff. The second floor was a lot more of like Bristol's and drawing stuff, and then like the bottom floor was like all the paints and canvas and desks, and it was crazy how big that thing was. I went in there one day too, I guess before they were going to get ready to shut down, which I didn't know. I put up I got like I think it was like $150 worth of stuff, and the kid at the counter was like, "Are you paying cash?" I said, "Yeah." He's like, I'll give it to you for half. Just walk out the store. I was like, "What?" He's like, the management is in a shit show, and he's like, "I'm just making side money." So I gave him like $70, and I got the rest for free. He pocketed the money too. And then, like I said, shortly after that, they were just gone. Yeah, I never been to the one in the city. I heard about it. I didn't know that was the flagship one though. Should have taken a trip out there just to check it out one time. Never did. It's so funny too. I remember going there. I used to say to myself, "Man, these supplies are so expensive," and now I look at it and like, nothing compared to what it is now. But I tell you one thing though, they had everything. Everything you can imagine. Every airbrush part you can imagine. Every airbrush. Magazines. Compressors. It was like the kid in a candy store at that Pearl. The only problem though is you can never find a worker. They didn't have enough workers for the whole damn place. That was the bad thing about it. Oh, you had it for 30 years? Wow. Yeah, they don't make that stuff like they used to. Well, the silent airs they're made pretty damn well. And if you're only airbrushing like statues, they last. I love my silent airs. So is everybody off today? Or are you guys working? I know a couple people are off, but some are working, so. Oh man, lunch is just not going down. Had a cheesesteak today. Oh, Raphael's the lucky one. Being retired must be fun. I joke with my friend. I say I'm retired now, because I do statues all day. It's a good retirement. Hey, what's up, Butterfly? Cookies. That sounds good. It doesn't matter if you're the oldest. Now, is it cookies you made fresh, or is it just some cheap battered stuff you got at ShopRite? Alright, we got that. So, actually, let's take the masking off her. Alright, well, we'll allow it since it's from scratch. But I could do without the kiwi. Now, if it was like chocolate chip with like extra chocolate chips in there, I'd be down for that. Or sugar cookies, one of the two. Alright. Here we go. Since Christmas? What the hell do you eat? You haven't had one cookie since Christmas. That's kind of crazy. I don't know, man. That's like some cult type behavior. Not even like a Dunkin' Donuts or something. Missed the spot. Oh. I think the only cookies I really miss is the ones my mother used to make, those Italian cookies with lemon icing. She used to make those every year. That's long over. Yeah, but not even a cookie? I don't know, Raccoon. That's some weird shit right there. That's a little weird. Alright, let's do this here. I gotta have my chocolate. I like to have my, I think it was a habit from when I used to work at the graphic designer place. They used to have Hershey Kisses all the time in the lunchroom. So I would just have like Hershey Kisses for like a couple like every day for like 11 years. So now I'm kind of hooked on it. Probably did it just to get the sugar going so I'd work more. I got a sweet tooth, as in more like sugary stuff. Not pastries, but sugar. You know what I haven't had in a long time is a fresh brownie, like a fresh brownie out of the oven. That's something I miss. I'd make it myself, but it'd probably come out like total crap. You like the corners? You are. You gotta be like part of a cult or something. You have to be. They have at the Wawa by me. They have brown sugar people put in their coffee. They have like a brown sugar container. I see people do it all the time. Sicilian pizza's okay because some people like crusty pizza, which is fine. But when it comes to a brownie, I don't know. That's it's a little strange. A little strange. Hey, what's up, Jacob? Eh, it's just been a week. Went by fast this week, though. Can't believe it's Friday already. So the Daredevil was good by Disney? I'm actually shocked. You're the first person that's actually talked about it. Other people, I haven't heard anything about it really. See, I never watched a Daredevil with Netflix, so I can't really, like, even if I was to watch it, I wouldn't even know to compare it. Daredevil's just a character I really don't care for, so that's probably why I never really watched it. I'm kind of like, I don't just watch Marvel for Marvel. I watch the Marvel characters I like. So Daredevil's not one of them. I never even saw the Punisher series either. The only thing I get is I just get it people are done with Disney's Marvel. Everyone just seems to be like just Disneyed out with their Marvel crap. It's not that people hate the characters, it's just they hate Disney screwing everything up. So I even got like 2 or 3 friends who are just like they just don't care anymore. Yeah, we talked earlier about the Silver Surfer and the Fantastic Four trailer. It's just one disappointment after another, so just don't feel like wasting my energy watching this stuff. I think if they get rid of Kevin Feige and they find somebody that actually loves the IP and starts making the stuff like it should be, I'd be more interested. But I just think as long as Kevin Feige is there, it's just going to be one disappointment after another. And I still say the Russo brothers can't save Marvel. I think it's just too far. Just like they had the, what was it? The Star Wars event this past week or something, and nobody gave a crap. Like nobody cares about Star Wars anymore. So it's kind of like Marvel's becoming the same thing. I was listening to a video earlier too that a lot of famous stars are passing on all the Marvel roles because they feel that Marvel's like a career killer now. I guess that's why that guy Pascal is now Mr. Fantastic, because like 3 guys dropped the role or something. Is that what they announced at the Star Wars thing? Yeah, that doesn't sound too exciting to me either. Oh well. I don't care. To me, Star Wars is dead. It's a dead IP. Disney killed it. All I heard was that, like, what was it? Mattel or the toy companies want to drop the Star Wars IP now because they can't sell the toys anymore. Like, no merchandise is selling with them, so they kind of want to stop making the toys. Yeah, I don't think toys sell anymore. It's like kids don't really care to collect toys or play with them. Yeah, the original trilogy stuff doesn't sell anymore because it's so overproduced, and a lot of collectors are like, well, I already have a collection. I don't need to buy more of them. See, this is Disney's fault. They killed the IP with all their crap. So a lot of people who collect don't care for the new stuff, and they already have all the old stuff. And then a lot of kids just don't collect or into this stuff. So it's just a different generation. I think it's just overproduced too. I think it's just too much crap, too many characters nobody cares about. So nothing feels rare or collectible. It's just crap. And just nobody wants it. Hey Lux, yeah, it's the young generation is all about the cell phones and TikTok and iPads. They don't care about toys or collectibles or comic books or any of that stuff. So that's why I think Hasbro and them it's kind of like you gotta. The adults are the more collectors, you know. Oh yeah, Raccoon, world class bullshitters. Yeah, I sub to their channel too. He's always going to Ollie's. It was kind of funny too. I never been to an Ollie's until I found that channel, and then I learned there was an Ollie's by me. So I went there just to see if this guy was right, and he is right. I went to my local Ollie's, and it's just piles and piles of Star Wars and those Immortals or from Marvel, right? Was it Immortals or whatever they were? Just piles of those toys in there. Just collecting dust. Nobody wanted them. And then also, too, the Ollie's by me, I think it was right before the lockdowns. They had all those Marvel trade paperbacks of stories nobody ever read or cared about. And it was just unloading all those Marvel trades just for, like, crap. And still nobody was really buying them. Jacob, Ollie's is like a, it's a liquidator store. So, you know, like whenever, like Walmart's or Target's or name brand stores can't get rid of certain, like, merchandise, they go to Ollie's and they sell it to, like, pennies on the dollar, and then Ollie's just, like, unloads it. So you could go into Ollie's one day and they can have, like, a line of, like, Martha Stewart plates, but they're the most ugly plates that nobody would buy. And they might have been in, like, say, a J.C. Penney's for, like, $20 a plate, but Ollie's is selling them for, like, $1 a plate. Ollie's is great for, like, if you just want junk and you don't care what it looks like. Like, if you're fresh out of college or you're in college and you just want to, like, furnish, like, an apartment and you get crap, they have, like, cheap throw rugs and, you know, towels and just crap. It was we had a store where in my hometown after I graduated from art school and I went into an apartment with my brother. It was called, like, Liquidators Wholesale or something. It was great because it was just crap that wasn't expensive. You know, you get, like, a spatula for, like, 50 cents, you know? So that's what Ollie's is. It's just that you never know what's going to be in there. Or, like, say there's a store closing, instead of them just, like, having, like, a 50% off sale or something, they'll just kind of unload it to Ollie's. Yeah, it's just unsold stuff from other stores. You never know what they'll have. Like, you could go in there one time and there'd be, like, maybe 10 cases of Suave body wash that just might have not sold at another store. And then you go in another week and it might have, like, lawn equipment. They have, like, flooring too, but it's, like, the worst flooring, cheaping. Like, you would never want to put that stuff in your kitchen. But if you're, like, a house flipper and you want to just put some, like, cheap flooring down to sell the house, that's where you go to Liquidator's warehouse and you can find, like, you know, those planks of, like, fake wood, and you get them really, really cheap. Like I said, it's good if you're just not into caring what it looks like. If it's just you're, like, the type of person that's functional, it's a great store to shop at. Or you're in college, or you got your first house and you just want junk. The only thing is I wouldn't buy any food from Ollie's, because sometimes they sell, like, you know, boxed food. But if you look at, like, the expiration dates, it's coming, like, close to expiring, so I just wouldn't buy the food there. But sometimes they sell candy and, you know, it's just... Like, I think I went in one time and they had the Martha Stewart's, like, plates, but they were, like, the nastiest orange-looking plates you've ever seen in your life. So it was, like, the color nobody would buy. You gotta have something by you, Jacob. You gotta just probably find like a liquidator store. They probably have them here or there, somewhere around you. But yeah, they do have all the Star Wars stuff there. Like, Raccoon, do you remember when the whatchamacallit, World Class Bullshitters was going and he was finding all those Rose Tika Star Wars figures? The Ollie's by Me had piles of that character there too. I think they still have her too, sitting there. Yeah, the Big Lots by me are starting to close down now. They're not doing too well. The one by me is had a clearance sale. I went in there, but it was all junk. Big Lots is sort of like a step up from Ollie's, but it's not quite the cheap stuff like Ollie's. But it sort of feels like an Ollie's if it's just like a Big Lots. It's kind of like the same thing. Yep, the Shang-Chi figures are there by me as well. But the last time I went with my friends, when we had our get-together, we stopped in Ollie's. They had a lot of the newer Star Wars figures. They even had some, like, Darth Vader and some other characters from the, first trilogy and stuff. And they're just collecting dust in there. Nobody wants it anymore. They just overproduced them. And Disney killed the IP. Yeah, so Shang-Chi, Immortals, and Star Wars. All over the Ollie's by me. Never would have thought in a million years people would stop buying Star Wars stuff. Well, Disney stuff, I guess. Yeah, you should check it out, Jacob. World Class Bullshitters. He goes through all the Ollie stores and he shows all the piles of Star Wars stuff. You get a kick out of it. It's worth a watch. I didn't see any of the He-Man by me. Maybe in your area they just didn't sell well. That's a possibility. So I guess it's by region. So whatever's closing by their region, Ollie's picks it up for pennies on the dollar and sells it. So maybe in your region, like, those characters weren't selling too well. Yeah, it's probably. I'm pretty sure they get stuff from Walmart too. They probably get stuff from all kinds of stores. I'm kind of curious though on how long Ollie sits on this stuff before they either decide it's not worth keeping on the shelf. I don't know if they destroy it as a loss or do they like donate the stuff. I'm kind of curious of what they do because a lot of that stuff just doesn't sell. Maybe they, you know, I don't know. They got to do something with all that stuff if it doesn't sell. Ross? What's Ross? Yeah, they I don't know what Ollie's does, but I do know like toys and certain merchandise, they're not allowed to give it away or sell it cheap. They have to destroy it, and it's part of the like the licensing. Like for instance, go back in the day when 7-Eleven had like Playboys. We used to go dumpster diving to try to get the ones that they would throw in a dumpster. Because what they would do is if they didn't sell, even with magazines like Newsweek and stuff, you'd have to rip the cover off the magazine and send it back to the company. But you would have to take the rest of the magazine and throw it in a dumpster. Oh, okay. Yeah, I never heard of a Ross. That must be a PA thing. Or maybe just not in Jersey by me. But, yeah, just, I don't know. The Funko stuff doesn't sell anymore, period. I see that stuff collecting dust everywhere. I think the one comic book store by me, I overheard him talking that they don't even buy that stuff from people anymore because they can't even sell them anymore unless it's like a super rare one. I do know, what was it? In China, I saw a video. They had a whole, warehouse throwing Star Wars figures into this big grinding machine. Oh, excuse me. Damn, that cheesesteak. And they were grinding all those, Star Wars figures that weren't selling in China that they couldn't even ship to the US yet. So I think it was like 2 years ago. It was just guys opening up brown boxes and throwing Star Wars into a big grinder. It's probably still on YouTube somewhere. But yeah, they couldn't, nothing was selling, so they just had to destroy everything and recycle it. So they were just like recycling Star Wars crap. I'm sure Lucas regrets it, but I still say to this day that Lucas was forced to sell. I still say somebody put a gun to his head and said, "Sell us your IP or you're dead," because I can't fathom selling an IP like that to a corporation when your family's kids can live off that IP for generations to come. Yeah, I know he still has rights to like merchandise or something, but it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why not will it to your kids and let them handle it, you know? I could have told him from the get-go that you sell it to Disney, your whole thing is dead. I told my cousin, we had fights over this. Oh, we're gonna get 20 years, 30 years of amazing movies from Disney. I'm like, nope, they're gonna kill it. They're gonna kill it. And he's like, no, you're a hater, blah, blah, blah. And look what they did. They killed it. Yeah, then Ross sounds like Ollie's then. Yeah, I think Ross is probably something as close as you're getting to an Ollie's. I think Disney was doomed no matter what, because I think Kathleen Kennedy killed Star Wars, but I also think that Disney, no matter who they put in charge, it was a bunch of suits. Instead of somebody's vision, like George Lucas's vision, you're putting suits in charge of an IP, and they're going to kill it. So I believe that no matter what happened, Disney was going to kill it no matter what. Because Disney makes stuff to make merchandise. They don't make stuff to enjoy the lore. Disney is not about lore, not about, you know, making stuff like memorable. They're all about making something to make money off of the merchandise. That's all Disney is. So I think I didn't see that video, Jacob, but I've seen people talk about that video. Because I know that if you go to the Star Wars hotel, they don't want you to like film anything or something. Because they know how bad it is. They don't want you showing the world. Something like that. Yeah, I got no faith in Disney. I don't care anymore. I don't care about Marvel. I don't care about Star Wars. Let it all burn, because that's what Disney's doing. I'll have to check it out. But see, the other thing is they just don't care. I know it's bad. But I've seen snippets of how bad it is. And I think, what was it, after the lockdowns is when it came out, or when you started being able to get like tickets. Wasn't it like $6,000 for like a weekend or something? It's like a crazy amount of money. Yeah, I heard how bad it was to create your lightsaber. I laughed at that part of the one video I saw. I was like, are you kidding me? You're better off buying, was it Star Wars Theories sabers? It's got those high-end ones. I did watch the video from Star Wars Theory. Is it Star Wars Theory? There's Star Wars Explained, Star Wars Theory. The guy, the cool guy, is it Star Wars Theory? He went to the couple of the comic book shows selling his sabers, and then fans were more excited to see him than anything from Star Wars, which was funny. That kind of cracked me up. somebody who makes lightsabers and talks about Star Wars, people are more fans of him than they are of the actual Star Wars actors and Disney. That's kind of crazy. Oh well. Yeah, I say it all the time. I enjoy watching Disney fail time and time again more than actual their IPs now. I mean, look at Snow White. And now Fantastic Four with the female Silver Surfer that looks like actual crap. It's just fun to watch them fail over and over again. And then now you just know that they're gonna blame the fans that we're toxic and we're not good fans and blah blah blah. It's hilarious. It's like if somebody told me back in the 80s and 90s that when you get into 2025, the companies are gonna bitch you out for not liking their product, I would have been like, are you crazy? Like, no company would ever do that. But now here we are. I did see one post, though, that said that Disney wants to go back to making animated movies, like old traditional hand-drawn movies. And I sat there and laughed. I said, but nobody knows how to do that anymore. How are you going to get people to do that? They probably figure that they'll be able to use AI to do it now. Because there's a video going around of Adobe. There's a 2D drawing. And Adobe now can take that 2D character and 3D turn it around now. So the technology is pretty much there. I suggest you guys look up that Adobe video. That's probably why Disney says they want to do 3D animation again, or 2D animation again. Because they probably figured there's technology now where they don't have to hire a workforce of animators. They can just have like the program animated for them now. So that's probably why Disney is like, oh, we're going to go back to the traditional way. Just have a couple people draw a couple characters and then boom, the program does the rest. Disney is not stupid. They probably have a plan. They've probably just been waiting this whole time. I mean, they are dumb, but they're not completely stupid. It's kind of crazy. Did you guys ever think that you'd be sitting here talking about how Disney went to hell? You know? It's like, it just blows my mind. I think Disney is done with the live action stuff, from what I can tell, because they canceled the was it the Rapunzel live action? I think they realized live action has run its course, and then that Rachel Zegler killed Snow White, like she stomped it on the ground, lit gasoline on it, stomped it again, then deep fried it, and then burned it again. It's like I don't think Disney can get past it anymore. I still say it though. I say they put Rachel Zegler and Brie Larson in the MCU. Just burn it down. Just throw them in there. Let them bitch at the fans, and just let's burn the whole MCU to the ground. Screw it. At this point, you might as well, you know. Just go with a bang. No, I think they should. Disney, you fail upward. So she failed so hard with Snow White. They should give her a role in the MCU. You know, they should make her like the Phoenix, and just like burn it down. Just burn the whole MCU to the ground. That would be more entertaining than watching anything they come out with. You know, that would be hilarious. Well, who is it? The one guy I watch on YouTube, they said that Brie Larson has kept her mouth shut now. You don't see her anymore, and she's very low-key. Because I think she realized that she put her foot in her mouth so bad it killed her career. So I think she's happy that Rachel Zegler took the limelight away from her as the worst person ever. So first it was Brie. I mean, nobody really likes Brie Larson now, I can tell. She has a YouTube channel, nobody watches it. But I think Rachel Zegler took the limelight away from her. But I say put them all in the MCU. Let's just burn it. Just take it all down. Why not? You know? Oh, I haven't checked. Did that guy, Mr. Grizzy, make any updated shill videos about the Marvel shills loving the Silver Surfer sneak? I'm kind of curious if the shills are out yet. I'm pretty sure they are, but... I love those shill videos. They crack me up. They're so entertaining. Well, that whole chair thing wasn't everybody that's going to be in the movie. The rumor is they got a lot of surprises for the whole Doomsday Secret Wars. So they might put her in there, and she might get killed off. You know how they said like Elizabeth Olsen is not going to be Scarlet Witch in the Avengers Doomsday, but that doesn't mean she won't be in the Avengers Doomsday. But she might be like a Black Widow from an alternate Earth, you know, or she might be like a different character from another universe. So that, I think, sadly, I think that's what Disney's going to do to make us all, oh my god, we got to go see the whole Doomsday movie in Secret Wars because all the actors are back, but they're different versions from other Earths, you know? I think it's just, that's my call. I think that's what Disney's going to do. You know, like the guy who played Hulk, which I can't stand that guy, so he might come back as like a giant man from another Earth or something. Can't stand that guy. He ruined Hulk for me. He ruined Hulk because he wanted FaceTime. He didn't want to be in the Hulk, he wanted to be his face throughout the whole movie. Yeah, that's what Disney's gonna do. That's my call. Alright. This is my old hair bottle of paint for the old Jessica Rabbits. So I'm going to mix up some more. Hey, what's up, Terrell? Yeah, nobody's getting any updates. Alright, so I have some light red. There's not much left in these bottles. I don't think there's yeah, use whatever's in here. It's kind of like an orangey red. Well, much left in these. Indeed. That is all dried up and gone. trying to mix up that I have enough for the 3 heads and any errors or mess ups down the line. Just want to make sure I have a nice bottle for the hair. So this orangey red sort of hair has that yellow pearl in there. So it's this way, it's not perfectly flat, but it's not going to be like glossed out in pearl. So it's got a hint of it. The reason why I put red in here is because it's a little bit thicker. So it should cover any of the other colors pretty well. At least I hope it does. Should. Marvel Rivals is making them so much goddamn money that they're realizing that they have to give the fans what they want, and they got to make some kind of money now. People on Twitter are crying about Emma Frost and her boobs are jiggling and she's got a big booty, but the problem is Marvel Rivals is making bank off of all this stuff, and it's like the #1 game out there. I don't think Disney can put their agenda in it now because it'll kill the game. It's just proving that that's what people want. And sadly, let the people cry because the other people are paying for it, so. Like, I don't understand these companies. You don't have to make games for the modern audience. You don't have to make games to please everybody out there. Make games that people are going to buy and let the crybabies cry. Like, the whole shift of having to make everything please everybody is what's killed every IP out there in games and comic books. Like, make games and comic books for this specific people. I always say, like, John Wick. The movie is about a guy that blows people's heads out with headshots. It caters to a specific audience, and it did well. You don't need to throw other crap in there to make other people come watch it. You know what I'm saying? So, the same thing with Marvel Rivals. It's catering to a bunch of fans. Leave it alone. And look at all the other video games out there that did their whole modern audience thing and the game's bombed. Everyone's rejecting it. oh well. As long as they make some money and stop listening to the crybabies. Why? Do they have links of the stuff? See, now you got me curious. I'm gonna have to look it up real quick. I'll have to look later, I guess. I'm pretty sure there'll be a ton of videos on it sooner or later, right? I need to add more red into this. Alright, I'll check it out in a second. see what they got. Hold on. Oh, that's okay. I saw 2 of these already. Is that an Adam Hughes cover? Yeah, that's Adam Hughes cover. That's a Mark Brooks cover. Alright. Torrin Clark. Well, it seems like they're trying to bring back the 90s a little bit more now, I guess. They're easing up on the whole, can't show sexy people anymore. Because I don't think they've done a swimsuit issue in a while, have they? I know DC does it almost every year. I never really cared for the swimsuit stuff anyway. You know, it's just a character that sort of like has their elements in the swimsuit. I know why they're doing it, but it's not like, I don't know, never really was into the... I remember in the 90s I bought a couple of the comics, but I never like looked through them after once. And I just stopped buying them. Yeah, Marvel used to do the swimsuit stuff back in the 90s all the time. DC did a swimsuit issues last year. It's called Norts or Snorts or something. The only reason why I know DC did is because there was a Power Girl cover of one, Adam Hughes did. But yeah, DC did it a few months back. I think it's like GNORT something for DC. They did a bunch of variant covers. I just know Adam Hughes did one of the covers for Power Girl. It didn't even look like Power Girl, but it was just her kind of like in a bikini. So nothing exciting. The actual art inside the books were kind of meh anyway. Very toned down, not very like 90s. Yeah, the Jim Lee stuff was the 90s. That was in all those, you know, swimsuit books back then. Alright, let's try this up. And then we're going to use some red shading on the hair. If everything stops falling apart. There's always one, Jacob, right? You always got that one that ruins it for everybody. So we got like this reddish orange tint. So that works pretty well. some dripping over here. Not sure why. Sure why that did that. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. I didn't spray too heavy, but it must have not mixed it all the way. So sadly, I'm gonna have to let this cure up a bit and then sand it down and touch it up. That's right, not a problem. Could have been worse. So let's let the hairs dry up a bit, just to be on the safe side. Then we'll give it a flat coat. Let's paint up some of the other stuff. So let's get this painted up. Let's try and paint this up as well. I didn't prime these, well, at least the badge. But we can at least prime it with this adhesion promoter. So is the badge supposed to be gold? I forget. Let's. Yeah, so that should be gold. All right. Let's use titanium gold on it. It'll go on smoother. You know what I should do? I should actually gold this up too, so if I put orange on it, it might be a little bit better. DuckTales, that was just for the bag. But for her communicator, I want it to be orange. To look like a carrot. So I guess I'll use this and then use a brighter orange on top. Or this might be bad. Is this shot? I think this is bad. No, the bag is done. The bag's been long done. This is this paint is dead. Right? Oh no, it's still good. It's at the bottom. I don't really use these Tamai as much, but this might work. I thought it was dead, but it's still sour. It's still good. Okay. It's kind of a nice orange that'll look good on the communicator if it comes out of my airbrush good and clean. I must have thinned this down a long time ago. Let's see if it comes out of the airbrush. Like I said, I didn't clean the brush today. Friendly. Alright, so for the fur balls, we're gonna do what? One like one brownish, one grayish, and then one kind of mixture. I figure what I'll do is I'll get in there with the paintbrush and do a little bit of detailing. So I guess one we can sort of do a basic brown first. Alright, let's see. So I'll do a base coat of one of them in this skin tone. And then let's find a brown, but that's not too... Let's see what happens when I mix the mahogany with this one. Get a dark gray one going. This one sort of separated and cracked a bit, but it's fine. That's probably because it was a mixture of weird older paint. But let's not drop these. Okay. So next is just kind of just paintbrushing weird crap onto it to make it look like fur. Let me see if I have a messed up brush somewhere. Something that's kind of funky. I've thrown them all away. Let's try this one. Alright, for the gray one, I'll start with this one, and then I'll paint the ears normal colors later. These little fur balls were all kinds of colors, right? They weren't specifically just certain colors, right? So I figured just 3 different weird colors of fur type of paint would work. Well, I'm just gonna do these colors and call it a day. How about that? I think those work, right? Don't have to be super pretty. I think once I do the ears, should work out pretty well. What was his color? His color was that white, right? That off-white. Where's that off-white? thinking of leaving the brush strokes on it to make it a little, so it's not perfect. Sort of let the paint show through a bit. Actually, yeah, it's gonna work. Actually, what I can do is this. Looks a little bit better. Add some colored gray strokes into it. Hey, what's up, Devastator? Just kind of a mellow day, I guess. Okay, so I painted these really rough, so they kind of look just rough, and then we'll kind of do some touch-ups. think those work for little fur ball ears. Those aside. Alright, so my idea is paint this inside black and then do like a green line on it. I'm not sure if that's like communicator perfect, but we're done. That's what I'm gonna do. I just picked this orange out of my shelf, but I didn't realize it was like a glossy orange, so it actually works out pretty good for this. I thought it was going to be like a flat orange. I just did like a little green line in there. It's quite hard to see. It's a little tacky still, so it's going to take some time to dry. I probably should do something with this too, right? So I guess we could paint this part black as well. Let's see if I could pull off something here. Probably, I don't know. We shall see. Let's. Alright. We need blue. How's my horrible little Roger Rabbit face in there? How does that look? Like she's communicating with him. It's pretty poor, but I think it's kind of funny. Far away it looks good, up close it looks like shit. But it's kind of fuzzy, so it almost looks like a little picture. So I think it works. A little extra detail, I guess. Yeah, that's true, Devastator. He's a lucky dude. So I will let this cure because it's a little tacky, and then I'll do the green stalk, which is kind of the antenna, I guess you can say, and then I can attach it to her hand when I get a chance. But I think that looks kind of stupid, but good. Yeah, it's like without my glasses it looks kind of cool, but when you kind of get up close it's kind of bad. But it does look like his face though. Alright, I'm happy with that. I am happy with that. Now as far as this goes, I'm thinking of weathering it a bit. So let's get the Warlock Bronze. We don't want the badge to be perfect, but we don't want it to be too messy. So, I love this Warlock Bronze from Citadel. It is such a great weathering tool for making stuff look older. It's got that perfect brownish metallic copper look, except you just got to mix it up pretty well. It's one of my favorite colors from Citadel. I really love it. Because when you really get it mixed up, you get a nice bronze. It's not like copper, but it's not like super brown. It's a really nice color. So what we'll do is grab some water this down a bit, grab a paper towel, this way make that carrot pop a little bit more for her head. I don't want it to be like super like platinum, like, you know, gold shiny. I want to kind of not drive your eyes to that on her forehead too much. So I think a nice like dulled gold kind of works better. And just let that dry and then glue that in at the end. So that works for that. What else do we have to do? Base is looking good. Roger's pretty much done. The bag is done. It's just the figures now. I gotta sand down the errors on the cop hat, but I think we can seal This camera hates to be touched. I do not know why. I've done everything I could with this camera, and it just does not like to be touched. So sooner or later we're gonna have to do some upgrades. Not sure why. Alright, I like the color of the hairs. Look pretty good. Not orange, but not pure red. Kind of that fiery, orangey red look to her. I saw that CA3 Studio site, or CAD3 Studio, whatever, the one that was doing the Jessica. I saw they posted a sneak of the Medusa. From the silhouette, looked pretty good. And they showed the face off. Not bad. And then there was another character they showed, but I don't know who it was. They got some decent stuff. Looks like they're coming out with some decent stuff now. Stuff out here, so I don't want anything here. like the look of that hair. It looks good. Yeah, I'm really starting to like this Star Trek more and more now. Alright, so for the nun straps and her head, I was thinking of doing like a textured on those a little bit. A light texture. Just to sort of break her up a little bit more. So I was thinking of doing like painted black. And then maybe with like a grayish blue, a light texture on them. Just to kind of change it up. Because I think doing like a latex top too would be kind of too much. I think more of a cloth up there would look better. But I want to see what she looks like with her arms in. Still gotta order that that little carrot shrinky. There we go. Now she's looking better with the arms in. A lot better with the arms in now. Look kind of weird. Yeah, so I just got to do the straps and the headgear. Put in her earring at the end. And then start working on the base. I got to get that trinket though. I just got to touch up this spot here. It's just a paintbrush. And the arms make her look a lot better now. Yeah, so what I did is, the other day, the one arm that had those errors, so what I did is I kind of took my time sanding it down with the really fine paper. I got those errors out, and I redid the black paint, and I glossed it up again, and then I just let it sit. It worked out. So I got some touch-ups to do around the edges and still clean up. But, yeah, I'm thinking of doing, textured, little textured straps, and then the headpiece a little textured. And I think it'll make it a little bit, change it up. I think that'll look good. Yeah, she's looking good now, far away with the arms on. The black latex really really pops far away. course, you got to give you guys the booty shot. Let me see if I can fix this hair real quick. Sometimes if this is too thick and too rubbery, I might have to really do some patching. I don't understand why it bled like that. I rarely ever have an issue. Yeah, I guess it just went on fairly thicker, so I guess it must have been thicker paint than I realized. Oh well. Alright, let's patch it. Let's patch it. Where is this? So sometimes whenever, I guess what it did is it bled down and it thickened up. So when you kind of rub it off with your finger, you start getting indentations. So sadly, trying to sand it all down is not going to work. So just kind of fill it with putty, let it dry, and then smooth it back out again. So I'm going to unmask her, and then I'll have to redo this hair, at least this area, another day. Because if you try to sand this down now with the putty, it'll start pulling up all the paint and it'll become a nightmare. But if you give it a day to dry or so, it could correct the issue. So I'll just let this dry up for a day or two, and then I'll come back and I'll just touch up the hair. There's also a spot here that seemed to be a little fisheye. I don't understand what happened up there. So I'm gonna put a little putty there too. Might have had like a little piece of something. So I'll fix that spot as well. But that's alright. It's easier to do it on something like this solid color than other areas. So, but I don't like to leave masking on my items for a couple days, because masking can destroy your paints if you leave it on too long. So I'd rather do it right than to try to rush it tonight. You can let it dry and then you can patch it, or you can do what I just did and let it dry. Either way is fine. It's just as long as you give it a day or two to really cure. Because some paints you could get away, like when I do my skin tones, I could get away with trying to patch it because it's a different type of paint. But this had pearls in it, so with the pearls is a little bit thicker paints, and you really get, even though it's fairly dry, it still needs a couple days to like kind of harden up. So what I'll probably do is let this set up over the weekend, and then, well, Monday I probably won't be able to. Tuesday I probably can. I could come back and I could kind of just like sand it down, mask it up real quick, and then fix the hair. And then what I might do is, if I do that, I might be able to like stream finishing it up the hat or something like midweek. Like this is why I always tell people, if you do kits, try to do 1 or 2 kits at a time, because this way you can let one dry and work on the other. If you're trying to rush one and you have errors and trying to fix those errors, you can make more problems for yourself when you can just say, okay, let this cure up, let it harden up, and then I could come back and sand it and fix it. That's why I like working on a lot of kits at one time, because I can do this where I'm like, okay, this, if I mess with this anymore, I'm going to screw it up and I'll walk away from it. It's always better to let this stuff really cure and not mess with it too much. Her hair is going to pop off of this blue. It's going to really pop. Wow, that looks good. I like that. Wow, that color, man, that orange off of the blue looks nice. I like it. This is coming along nicely. I like it. So with the, once I get the gloves painted white and I get that handcuff in, so I think I'll paint up the carrot now, but I'm going to hand paint it. I'm not going to try to airbrush it. Kind of make it look like a little bit of a dirtier carrot. See, now that the hair is kind of done and the shirt's on, the skin tone isn't as dark as it was, like as it looked before. So that's a good thing. Let's see what we got here. Alright, I'm gonna use the bathroom, be right back. Alright, Jacob, are you still in chat? If you want to go over your Supergirl before I do this, just in case you have to leave or anything, go over it real quick. So this way I can paint up the carrot after. Okay. Alright, first off, before we get into the base, so I gotta do the belt buckle. I put that little metal rod in there and I sanded it down and put Ave. So it is still fragile. Like if you were to press against this, you could still break it, but it's durable enough where it's not like just A's where you could kind of just flick it and break. So I gotta do the belt buckle on there and the little notches. But that's kind of where I'm at with the belt buckle. So it kind of comes out, but it doesn't come out that far. So what I'm thinking of doing is, the belt buckle sort of, it's kind of like this type of belt buckle, and then it's got the, or whatever, and then it's got these little holes, I guess. So that's what I got to do with that. But we'll get there. Now as far as the base goes, what happened with this is I tried my damnedest to break this in a way it would work, but it just, see how it's all translucent resin? It just shattered. And what I tried to do is sort of like crack it in a way where it would break to my advantage, and it just shattered in pieces. I did not know it was all translucent resin, and that's why I did this. This translucent, I'm surprised that not more people have breakages with this, because I did not realize it was all translucent, and this is not very good to support a whole statue. So I don't know what the hell happened with that. But what I'm thinking of doing is, so what I'm thinking of like throwing this up here with, you know, sculpt the little rocks, and maybe throw, I think it was it this piece? You know, I could do something like this. But unless you want me to take this away, because I don't know if you want this foot hidden. You know, if you want me to cut this off and sort of build into this, because I could take something like this and make it look like it cracked around her, or like this piece here. I think it was this one. Just thinking of doing something. You know, I could do something like that. I ordered Freeform Air, so that'll help me sort of get this stuff on. I took off that piece that was there because it was in the way. And you said you wanted this in there, so I was thinking I can Dremel into here and I can put this into the rock. Like in there, like that. Now, I know you said you wanted to do, like, water splashing, and The problem is, a lot of that stuff needs to be pooled to do it in a way. It's not stuff. It's not that stuff. You can't really just like sculpt with it and make it look like a wave. You have to kind of sculpt a wave and then like paint it blue and then add some of that stuff onto it to make it look like a painted sculpted wave. Because that stuff needs to be pooled into an area, and then you use a blow dryer or an airbrush to sort of kind of push it around and it gets that wavy stuff. But you can only do that if you have a pool. So that's why I was asking if you wanted to go that route. Because then what I would have to do is I would have to sort of kind of create a little bit of a wall, like this big of a wall around, you know, and then you'd pour that liquid in there and you get that translucent liquid, and then you get that other stuff to kind of wave it around the edges. And it wouldn't be a big wave, but it would be like foaming around the edge. So that's why I was wondering if you wanted me to do a wall and then you pour in that liquid. You don't need to do a high wall, but some kind of wall. And then you pour in that liquid, and you get like sort of a thin layer of clear liquid. And then from there you get that foam stuff, and you put it with the foam and you hit it with the airbrush, and it starts to cure, but it kind of creates like little foam like splashing around the edging here. So that's why I'm wondering if you want to go that route. And then what you can do is, from there, you can break these pieces up, and you could put it into the water, and then you could spray the foam around it, so these little pieces look like they're broken in the water around there. Because if you poured water or liquid up here, and any of this seeps down, it's going to bleed over the edge if we don't have a wall. So that's kind of what I'm thinking if you want to go that route. You want to go more snow, like she's in the Arctic? I mean, we could do that. If you want to go that route, it's up to you. What I could do is, if you wanted to get rid of the ship idea, I can sort of create another rock like this around here, and we can kind of create the Arctic rock. And, you know, make it, you know, if you want to go that route. Now if you want to go that route, we can do that if you like this style of rock. But if you don't like this style of rock, do you want to create more like the fortress look? I mean, I don't care either way. It's just that I know the water scene you're thinking of, it's a little bit more, it's like, to me it's like, if you're going to go that route, we might as well get all the chemicals and do it right. But do you really want to go that deep into it? You know what I'm saying? I know what I know what you want, and I know how to do it, but the base as it is not going to physically work, because you only have this much water, because once it starts going here, it's going to go down here, it's going to come here, and then it's going to go down. So it has to pool into an area. That's the problem. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's doable, but it's just more work. Like, I don't mind doing it, but do you want to take it to that level? You know what I'm saying? And the only downside is her key is here, you know, and we have to have support for here. So I looked online to see if there was like any Superman ships that we could kind of hide here, but the problem is it just kind of creates a little bit. Yeah, so if you want to do icy rock, what I could do is I can copy this rock as best as I can up to here, right? And then I can paint it like an icy rock with some pearls, and we can get that snow stuff where you put that like snow on the base, because they have that snow stuff. So if you want to bury it in snow, we could do that. I think they have that snow stuff. Let me just show you, so you have an understanding of what it would look like. I don't want to say, okay, let's do it, and you don't, you know. Let me go to Amazon real quick. All right, I can't link it in chat. It's too long. But if you go to AK Interactive Diorama Effects Snow Sprinkles and Snow Effects, they have different snow options. All right, so so you want to get rid of this piece here? Or you want to keep this piece here? All right, so we can paint this. If you want, I can break some of this piece off instead if you like this better, and we can put this over here instead. Like just kind of forget this piece, but I can sort of salvage this somehow into the base, and then we can have this buried there if you want a better looking area of a ship. Alright, so I will figure out a way to get this nose piece. What I might do is I might kind of like chop up some area in here and sort of get this piece to be like in this area like this somehow. You know, I'll work on it. And then even if I have to chop this down. And then what I can do is once I get that there, I can put this sort of maybe make it look like it's part of the ship like that in a way. And sort of bury this area into it. Sort of. Like, I could come up with... I'll have to kind of plan it a little bit more. And do you want to use these rocks at all? Or you don't want to use these? Yeah, I think I could break these a little bit. At least I hope I can. You don't want the green one in there, right? Because you said the green one is going to hurt her, so you didn't want the green, correct? I could try and break one now so we can see what happens when I break it. If you want me to. And then I figure if once I get the free form, I'm going to resculpt this to look like these rocks with Aves. And then when I get the free form air and I work this in there, it'll give me a better understanding of where to put stuff. And then I'll have to figure out which snow AK Interactive to get and order it. And then I'll have to sort of like paint and then put the AK Interactive at like afterwards. Kind of like build at the same time. This one is kind of like paint it and sort of get that AK Interactive in there as well. So this will kind of, I got the idea. So a lot of that AK Interactive snow will go at the bottom though, to kind of take away from all that. Alright, so let me try to, so the way this, I would break this, because I don't want to smash it with a hammer, because if I smash it with a hammer, it'll probably fly everywhere and I'll never see it, so it's probably better to sort of kind of see how it cracks like this. Holy crap, if I can crack it. Holy shit! Nope. Alright, well, it can shatter, so it looks like it can shatter off little pieces. Okay. I will have to do this in the garage with, like, a bag or something. Damn, that's tough. Alright. Alright, so I think we got a better plan. Fish tank rocks? Yeah, they're rocks, I think. What I might have to do, I'm gonna see if I smash it with hammer, they'll fly everywhere. So I might have to put them in the vice grip with like a paper, like a towel, and kind of crush them. I'll figure it out. So what I'm thinking of doing is, if we get that, I got to figure out which snow thing to get, and then whatever snow thing it works out good, I probably would put it on top of here, and then sort of put each one of these little rocks within there as well, and then around and stuff. I got the idea. I just got to figure out which snow thing to get. But with the freeform air, I can get them in there pretty well. Alright, I'll try and crush the white one as best as I can and see what happens. I'll take this little green and throw it over there. And then I'll see how they crack up. Yeah, but they're not, I thought they are rocks. They're like, yeah, it's definitely rock. It's not plastic. It's not resin. You can feel it's like gemstone rock. Oops. Yeah. Alright. Alright, that's a plan. So I try to get this nose in there. I might have to do some chopping and grinding. And then when I get my freeform air, I can figure out where to put this in it as well. And go from there. Yeah, and I think what I'll do is I'll paint the rock like a blue with a little bit of interference, and give it like an icy blue paint. But then when I put the snow on there, it'll come together a little bit. Well, I won't do blue. I'll do like white, but with the interference blue, so it'll give it a little bit more life. It'll look a little icy. Alright, we'll go that route. Alright, so I think what I might do tomorrow is I might just like sculpt this rock and try to match this as best as I can. Because, you know, I might have to kind of cut around this and make it a little rocky. And then from there, once that's done, I'll work on this and this. Now, do you want this like to be a specific way, or you just want to look like it's within there and it doesn't really matter? The OG Superman with the cloth. Yeah, that's kind of like an icy blue. Yeah, I can match off the pictures the best I can. I can't guarantee I'd do it for perfect, you know, without having it in hand. But then I'm looking at somebody's picture. Alright, I got it. Yeah. I'll come as close as I can. How about that? Alright, we can do that. Now, I guess my last question is, this ship, is this supposed to be a specific color, or you like this color of the ship? Or you want it more of like a metallic, or do you want it to more like the Superman movie ship color type thing? Okay, so maybe once this is in here, it might have to be like there, sort of. I'll have to see the best way to fit it in. Or even maybe if it was kind of like there. Thinking what I might have to do is freeform it in, but then put snow over it. Okay. I will keep that in mind for the ship. Alright. Alright, so we got a little bit of a plan now. A little bit of a plan. Sorry guys, in the stream we're kind of brainstorming. It's better to kind of show in real time. I wish this ship broke a little bit better, but this translucent resin is not a great idea for supporting a statue. Like when I broke it, there was shattering pieces going all over the garage. You hear it hit the wall, you'd hear it hit the other wall. So there's like broken ship, like they look like broken glass all over the garage now. So it's a good thing I tried to smash this before I cleaned the garage for the summer. Alright, that works. That works. Not a problem. So I'll show you real quick too. Before I did the belts, I gotta be very careful with her now. But I cleaned up the bottom as best as I could. There's a couple other areas I need to kind of touch up underneath here. But I got a lot of the skirt clean. So I just gotta kind of clean up here a bit more. There's a spot over here. And then there's a couple spots in here and here. Just so, you know, it's not like completely shit underneath here. So you can kind of at least see, you know, things are a little bit clean as best as I can get in there. Yeah, I'm happy with her so far. I'm thinking, I still, I still got other areas to clean up. I got a little bit of this boot over here to kind of clean up too. There's a little spot over here on her booty I want to kind of clean up, but it's just that sadly, being this key here just limits us to what we can and can't do. That's the only downside with this statue. It's a great statue. It's just this area. But we're coming close to getting there. I'm not really thinking there's anything major that I missed, right? I think we're looking pretty good. Yeah, there's like a spot over here. I just it's not smooth. I gotta remember to mark this. I wanted to at least have some kind of booty hanging from the skirt. That's kind of why I did this part like that, so you can kind of see something. But yeah, I gotta just sand that down. There's some spots over here. Spot here. Other than that, I gotta sand this here. I think their whole train of thought was kind of like flying, but coming like I honestly really don't know. I don't know what the whole idea was. I just know that they created a key, and the rod goes up this leg. And sadly, there's no way to continue the rod into the foot down here because it's bent. So we're just very limited to what we can do. But other than that, just every once in a while, I just kind of find stuff, clean stuff up. Well, sometimes I think Sideshow also thinks, you won't always display her looking onwards. You might display her looking this way, so you'd be able to see these areas. But I always did like her design with the kind of the shirt goes above the wrists and the fist and everything. I always liked that design. Still one of the best head sculpts too. I always liked this head sculpt. She's getting there. She's gonna be a bitch to paint though, I'll say that much. Only because she's all one piece and I gotta be careful of the skirt. But other than that, once we get past the skin tone and the underskirt and the boots, the rest should be easy. It's just a matter of maneuvering her. It's going to be a pain in the ass. Shipping her though, that's going to be another one. She's definitely not going back in the original box. So this is going to have to be bubble wrapped and separated from the other items. Just warning you ahead of time. I don't even think I could put any of the items back in the box, so we might have to throw that box away. Well, I got eye decals. That's the best I can go with, so. But we got a lot of choices with the eye decals. Yeah, we can work at it. Definitely work at it. Nope, I don't think that paint is good. Let's see. Just gonna have to mix up an orange. Are you gonna want like dirty blonde or platinum blonde? It's kind of curious of what kind of hair you'd want on it. So not a dirty blonde, just kind of like a regular blonde. I'm hoping if all goes according to plan, I can start painting her next week. Would love to try to get her done. Wanted to get her done by the end of the month. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I would love to try to get her on the least. See, the base is something that can get done later. It's the main figure I would love to start getting painted. So that's kind of what I'm trying to do next week. And I want to get these Jessica Rabbits done too. Kind of in that mindset to really get these going. Not that I'm rushing it, it's just I want to get to that point where I feel if I don't start working on it, I'm going to get to the point where like I don't want to work on it. So that's kind of like what I'm trying to do. I don't like things taking too long, if you know what I mean. Yeah, don't go with names. If the best thing I can tell you is go to like go to those like those hair coloring boxes and sort of find a color you like, and that gives me an idea what colors to use. So don't name a color, find a color and email it to me. You mean the hair for the Jessica Rabbits or for the Supergirl? Yeah, they look good with the hair. I really like the way the color. In person, like, I don't know how well it translates with the camera, but in person, I really like the way they're looking. Yeah, it's not a rush to get out to you. It's just I don't want to fall into that looking at the item for longer than I should. Then I'll fall out of like interest with finishing it. I like to, when I'm like in the zone working on something, I just want to kind of get it going. I've made that problem with personal customs. They'll sit on my shelf and I didn't get to them, or I just had to put them off, and then it got to the point where I'm like, I don't want to do them now, so I have to like hide them. So this way when I look at them, it's like, oh yeah, I remember this, I'll finish it. So I had a couple other people ask about the Jessica Rabbits, but they're not on the Patreon. So I really like that idea, Jacob, where it's kind of the blind auction type thing. So I am going to make a post once these are closer, and then go that route. And then if Patreon doesn't like it and I get the boot, then oh well. Then we'll just kind of do it on streams. But I think we're kind of ready for the next batch. I mean, I still got to sell these off, but I think we're kind of ready in terms of characters. Although, didn't get many suggestions for Savage Land, right? So, guess maybe I'll throw in a couple extra names and pull it out of a hat. I sent Raz the files. A little bit of a confusion the way they were set up, but Raz has all the files, so he's can get started on it till we get all the elements too. So I gotta buy the school desk, and then we gotta figure out what else we're doing, and I go from there. Oh yeah, so I was talking to Raz, he sent me a picture. So what I'm thinking for Dominatrix Peach is we do the poison statue, but then I was thinking of doing a throne behind her. And then Raz sent me a picture of Bowser he has, so I think maybe we could take that Bowser head and put it on top of the throne, and it could look like she's standing in front of a throne. So I'm thinking that's what we do with Peach. I'll post the elements on the Patreon, but I think that'll work out really cool. I just gotta find a good chair that's a throne that sort of fits the Mario Peach theme. So I think that'll be good for her, because instead of like trying to add like all these elements to the base, I think like a chair would look kind of cool behind her. So I'm thinking that's what we'll do for Dominatrix Peach. It'll be her. I'll buy the file of the Peach head that I saw. That should fit. A little bit more of like the animated Peach head that's got the hair and crown and everything already. And then I'll just tweak the hair to fit onto the body. And then I think a throne would look good. As far as the Savage Land, we just got to kind of come up with some ideas. And then as far as the schoolgirl, right? The schoolgirl was on that list, wasn't it? Yeah, schoolgirl. So we have all the characters here. So it'll be the chair, the school desk, and then a backpack or something. So so next week, you think we should just pull out of the hat this character so we can start planning? So I guess next stream we'll pull this out, right? So we're gonna next stream we'll figure out this character, and then Savage Land we'll have to. If you guys got a couple more ideas for the Savage Land for Nintendo cartoon, go ahead and post, because not many people are posting. So if you got a couple more ideas, throw them in. I like the way that carrot looks in our holster. That's freaking cool as hell. Kind of stands out on her too, you know? I like it. I like it. For the Savage Land on Patreon, which is closed Patreon votes, it has to be Nintendo or cartoon anime character. Alright, I'm going to do the trim on the gloves, and then I'll have to paint them white, but I got to figure out how to get the handcuff in with attaching the finger. It's going to be a little tricky. Reason why we gotta narrow down the Savage Land, because I gotta figure out if, you know, I need to pull any elements from another kit or 3D sculpt or something. Police officer is starting to look good now too, now that the hair's on her. Alright, these statues have come a long way. We're kind of at the end game now. Almost there. Gem? Who's Gem? Like I said, don't forget, it's got to be a popular character that will sell. So I don't know who the hell Gem is. Don't be making up stuff now. Gem? Nah, I don't know Gem. We're looking good. We are looking good. So these little bunny ear bastards go all over the base. Alright, so police officer is coming along good. I really like the way this is looking. The carrot in our holster really really stands out. I like it. Yep. We got the carrot. So once we get the hat done, and then I get the white gloves, I gotta figure out, like I said, I gotta figure out how to get that finger on there with the handcuff. It's gonna be a little trial and error. I gotta fix the hair, but I like the way everything has come along. Roger's looking pretty good now. Probably a little bit more cleaning up here and there on Roger. Some areas to clean him up. But I like his outfit. Outfit looks really cool, dirty the way it is now. Well, I wanna skip Jessica Rabbit for now. Just and then maybe afterwards we could revisit Jessica's again. I want to try just some variations for a bit. Because you know what I want to do too is maybe after we do these batches, which, you know, maybe somebody else will come out with some new Jessica Rabbit sculpts. And then maybe that'll open up some more opportunities to do Jessica Rabbit again. I like this sculpt. I think it's good. But with Jessica Rabbit, I really like the Savage Land is kind of, we're going to go off of that Tomb Raider. So it's a little bit more realistic, I guess, in a way. But then if there's no good Jessica Rabbit sculpts by the time this next batch is done, we can go back to these sculpts and try some different versions. I don't want to just do Jessica Rabbits all the time. Don't get me wrong, they're great and they sell. But I don't want to get sick of her, you know? I don't want to get sick of Jessica Rabbit like I got sick of that Sideshow Harley Quinn OG. I've worked on her so much, I'm sick of the sculpt. I love the sculpt, but I'm sick of it. So I think like a Dominatrix Peach would be kind of fun. Something that's kind of just out there, one of a kind. And then the schoolgirl character would be kind of fun. Well, that's the thing is there's only one other sculpt I saw of Jessica Rabbit I liked. I think it's on Cults. Let me find it for you guys. But the only problem is I don't think there's a nude version. I didn't see this one on CG Trader though, so I don't know much about it. I think it was Cults. Let me see. Hold on. This site lags so much. This one. So I'm thinking maybe next time use this one. Because they have a Playboy Bunny version that I could tweak. Um, ES Monsters Chung Li. Well, ES Monsters got a lot of sculpts out there now, and there's a lot to choose from. Like he just did that. I like that Ada Wong. Like this Ada Wong could be used for something too down the line. But like I said, the thing with 3D sculpting is there's new stuff coming out all the time. So I just want to try something different for a bit. You know, try these other characters. And then maybe by the time they're done, maybe new Jessica Rabbits will be out. And then we can kind of try something different. You know? But that one on Cult I kind of like. It's got kind of a fun look to her. I would redo the hair though, but I think that one could be a little bit fun to mess with too. I just figure a Savage Land would be kind of a fun idea off of like a Nintendo character. The Dominatrix Peach would be kind of fun. And then we figure out what we do with the schoolgirl. But they're not going to happen overnight. It's Friday streams, screwing around, having fun, brainstorming, stuff like that. There's only so much I can do, So I just kind of want to have fun, screw around. But these Jessica Rabbits, we're pretty much at the end game, looking pretty good. So I think what I'll try to do is a midweek stream, try to finish up some more elements, and then can start working on the bases once everything else is done. And then start planning out the next batch. But we're looking, so gloves, hat, touch-ups. Got to get the beads done, her hat, and then I got to do the straps. Star Trek is pretty much done. I just got to attach the communicator and then work on the bases. So for a police officer, the base is going to be a simple marble, nothing too crazy like during the bank. I ordered the stuff that Raccoon suggested. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lightly mist this like a silver. And then I'm going to use the black to outline it, let the black dry, and then we'll put the colors in, and hopefully it works. We'll see. And in this one, we just got to paint up like the other base. And should be going pretty fast. So what I'll do is I have to do touch-ups. So I got to figure out a day where I can do touch-ups and clean up edging and stuff. But we're pretty much there. And then I'll do the whole post on Patreon and see who wants to purchase these. I'm sure it will, Raccoon. Worst case scenario, it does, and I strip the base and do something else. Yeah, Jacob, I'm gonna follow your suggestion. What I'll do is I'll price these out of what I'm looking to sell them for. Anyone who's interested, I'll send them a private message on Patreon, and I'll give them one chance to say either, you can either say, okay, I'll take it for that price, or if you want to jack it up, you let me know your best offer, and then whoever gives me the best offers, I let them know they won and let the other people know they didn't, and then that's it. I guess that's fair, and I don't mind doing that. And then if nobody's interested or everyone passes for the original price, I'll just put them up on eBay. Like I said, I don't know if it's against Patreon's terms. I really don't care. So it's worth a shot. I mean, it could go either way. I could say my best price. Somebody could give me good prices, or people could not, or I could put them up on eBay, and then eBay could get crazy amounts of pricing, You know, you never know. But that's kind of where we're at with these. So, sound like a plan? Yeah, so we're pretty much there. Alright, that's where I'm calling the stream for tonight. I'm done. I will try and touch up and also do a midweek stream. And then see if we can get some more of this going. Like I said, I want to get these done and gone by the end of the month if all goes according to plan. But you guys have a good rest of your weekend, okay?